So that's a red-cocketed woodpecker, listed as an endangered species. So it only lives in these longleaf pine areas, and they live in little family groups. A very, very rare bird. Oh, there it is. Yes. Oh, look, you can see the band on it. Oh, you see that shot? Huh. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful shot of the red-cocketed right now. That's his couch right at the entryway to the house. You just heard it? Here he comes. Treats, treats, treats. The magic treat machine. Oh, the vacuum's running. Don't let the vacuum get to treats. Oh no. Oh no. He gets 5. So this is 3. 4. I know, right, Psycho? It's crazy. And 5. Look at his derpy ear. Let's zoom in. Let's zoom in. Getting all the treats. Getting all the treats as they shoot out. There's another one. Good boy, Watson. Oh, do you find more down there? Watson, look at the camera. Say thank you. Thank you, everybody. Oh, look at that face. Don't you just want to boop that? Look, this is the educational moment of the night. Oops, let me move this in correct position. How do you float on water like that? Look at that one right there. How can you do that? It's called surface tension. So water has cohesive and adhesive forces that allow the floating on water. So those water spiders spread their weight out enough and they're able to float, and it's actually hydrogen bonds holding together between water molecules that allow them to float. So if you ever put a bunch of water into a glass and keep adding more water drop by drop to the top, it forms this little cusp. That's surface tension. That's cohesion of the water molecules sticking together. And right there is how those spiders are sitting on it. We break through the water because we break those hydrogen bonds between water molecules. There it is.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful.
Oh, I was getting a live video right now. Got something in his mouth.
Wow, that's pretty. He just ate it.
Oh, look at these. Look at those little adorable fluff balls. Look at the little red heads on them. Oh, there's Happy Parent. There would be a set of keys.
A key? It might be my motherfucking house key.
Is that your house key?
Oh. This is my fucking house key.
Well, now you can get in your house.
Oh my god, thank you.
Hello, 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 and good morning. How are we doing today? Good morning. Evan, what's up? How have you been? I just choked on my coffee. I don't know if we'll get more sandpipers today. I don't think I've ever seen sandpipers at the location we're going to. Doing great, doing great. Did you see my photo of the launch the other morning? Came out pretty nice. The little ones were least sandpipers. The other ones were stilt sandpipers. And then we had semi-palmated plovers. There might have been a doe witcher in the background. I think you mentioned that at the start there, maybe. And then blackneck stilts, of course. I think those were all the species we saw in there. At the F1 Lake Marina. That's so funny. Oh gosh. F1 is today, isn't it? But like that marina they did, that track is ridiculous. They literally built a track in a parking lot around Miami Stadium.
Evan.pro.
There are others in Florida. Yeah, there are some little ones. Hey, Evan, thanks for the sub. Appreciate that. I can't hear this at all. Let's turn that up a bit. Oh. I did put it on Twitter. Yeah, Twitter and Instagram. Okay, you saw it. I missed that message. I couldn't hear my TTS. You got that cloud in it, but those streak shots always come out cool. Those streak shots wouldn't be possible on a boat though, because the streak would move. That wouldn't work too well. Morning. Is it still raining up there? Cheers. It could look pretty funny from a boat though. The streak, the blur moving side to side. Good morning, Mike. So, figured I'd drive to the location today as the little pre-stream warm-up. That's elbow. We're gonna need an elbow command. Because people aren't gonna understand elbow. So, we need to find a meme, upload the image to Imgur, and then just have an elbow command that sends people to that meme so they know where it came from. We are good friend. That's what elbow means. It can also mean it's how cheap I am, where I buy like off-brand products, try to get by, like elbow instead of an Elmo. But yeah, only people in like the V3 and starting my Discord now will understand elbow. Everyone else will just see a creepy looking Elmo. It is foggy this morning, so I'm glad I'm getting out a little later. I slept until 6:45. Went and took care of my friend's pets, and we're out here. Oh, dead animal. So no one ever used like the ATP emote for DRWD energy. So I moved that to tier 2 because that's what you do with emotes that no one uses. And I made Elmo tier 1. Good morning, Rob. How are you doing? recently followed me, right? From Subway Sean. No, you don't use the energy emote. That's like my least used one. Which emote should I move then? No. The problem is I put like Elmo at like tier 2 or tier 3, and then people are like, oh, now I'm going to have to tier 2, tier 3 subs. So I'm like, fine, I'll move a different emote. Use it when you claim fake, or actually, you might still be able to use it. It's probably in BTTV. Just try it. Do DRWD energy. It might work. Because I had most of my emos to BTTV as well. Sometimes I change the names. It could be Doc Energy or something like that. James, you're collecting all the birds. See, look, Barnacle still works. Sean most recently. Yeah, Sean's trip is really cool. Already through Massachusetts. Oh yeah, it worked for me. So BTTV won't show up on mobile. Twitch probably looks like a different language when you're on mobile and all the emote names are coming out. You have to just imagine them. Alright, now that sun's coming out. Are you on mobile too, Mike? Are you still in bed? How late were you guys up? Adcom elbow. Thanks, Pookie. Feel like shit. Well, call the in-laws and say you feel like shit. And then they'll be like, okay, you can stay home. Oh, it's Mother's Day. Crap. So it's like you're required to go. Yeah, it's animated emotes don't work on IRL chat anymore either. So bird check is always looking away from us. I just have to imagine them moving. I hate paint testing strips. They're annoying. Yeah, I forgot what day it was. I mean, I texted my mom this morning, said Happy Mother's Day, told her I loved her and stuff. Told her I'd call her later. But only so much I can do from this far away. Yeah, so it's funny, every time someone does bird check, it looks like the scrub jay's like looking away from me. Morning, Adam. Morning, Kim. Do I need to make a new high emote? What could I do for my high emote? Sexy scrubsy. Like, that high emote, though, has, like, withstood the test of time. As, like, one of my first PowerPoint emotes. submit grades later tonight. I got all my stuff graded. Just sometimes, you get those last minute student emails, like questions on the final or something like that. So I haven't submitted grades yet. I'll do that tonight. Yeah. Then it's prepping for, so tomorrow will be a work day for me, getting all my prep done. Then like the rest of the week I should have pretty free. So we're going to be starting our summer stream schedule. What sort of streams do we want to do this summer? I mean, like, streams that could be like a scheduled weekday stream, like metal detecting. So I can definitely stream Tuesdays and Thursdays. Monday mornings are also possible too. We can do metal detecting Mondays. Monday morning metal detecting streams. Pulls in chat for grades. Oh, why is this person going slow? These two people are going like the same speed. Y'all are annoying. Metal Monday. Yeah, the only problem with Monday streams is sometimes I'm tired from Saturday and Sunday streams. But metal detecting Monday is a good day to go to the beach for metal detecting, post-weekend excursions. Would be cool to maybe have a day where I'm on the bike trainer, the Wahoo Kicker, and use that Ruby thing and travel somewhere. I don't know how much that would... Remember when we tried that on Doc After Dark, where we're like traveling the world looking at different birds around the world? One, it'll help me learn more of worldly bird knowledge, which is what I'd want with it. And I get exercise while doing it. I don't know. A few different ideas. My normal, like, Friday, Saturday, Sunday streams will still be around. And that's why I'll change up. Birding, metal detecting, kayaking, things like that. Most kayaking streams will probably be on a Friday. Less boats on the water compared to a weekend. Yeah, a number of good routes there are, yeah. Ones that aren't too jumpy. That also has I'm not subscribed to any of those services right now. I think if it was like, what's it called? Those other training ones. Zwift? Zwift, I wouldn't stream Zwift. Pirate treasure. Watson can dig. No, Watson doesn't go to the beach. He eats too much sand. But yeah, we'll be doing the trips out to the spoiled islands. Metal detecting out there. Digging up burnt soda cans. What? Barnacle? Sounds fake. Oh, we're going. That one round, that was just straight uphill. Yeah, let's go to, oh, what was that climb? It wasn't Alpe d'Huez, it was the other big climb in the Tour de France. Mont Blanc? No, I don't think it was Mont Blanc. Who knows your Tour de France climbs? Someone start saying it. As soon as you say it, I'll say that's it. Oh, the Tourmalet. Col de Tourmalet, I think it was. Not Everest. There's the Tourmalet, there's Alpe d'Huez, Mont Blanc, I think is one. Okay, this one I kind of sit down for. Blah. Green arrow. I think I'm missing one. There's one other one that's a common Tour de France one. L'Aquime. Morning, Janet. While I struggle. You all just want to see the struggle. I know how it is. I know what content is. Oh, I'm doing great. Doing great. Happy Mother's Day to any mothers out there. Where my mother's at. Sounded weird. Morning, Salty. I like to think pet mothers count. Getting every light. Mom here twice over. Nice. Oh, happy Mother's Day. Happy Monday Eve. Don't call Sunday Monday Eve. Makes people realize tomorrow's Monday. But yeah, you guys should be proud of me. I'm only teaching 3 classes this summer. A Monday, Wednesday night class, and a Wednesday afternoon class. So I'm going to have a lot more free time. They asked me last week if I wanted to teach a Tuesday, Thursday microbiology course, and I was like, you're giving me a week. No. So I said no to a class. I said no to money. Can you guys believe it? How did I say no to money? It's because I wanted a more relaxing summer, and I wanted more time to stream. Post Saturday, yes. We're not required to teach at summer at all. The only reason I do teach is to continue to pay the bills. This is AI, true. Nope, it just means I'm going to have a sub goal, bits goal, and dono goal to make up for the lost money from that course. Let's see, that course is probably, saying no to that course is equivalent to what I make in 1 year on Twitch. Well, I'm teaching 3 other courses, so not a big deal. Yeah, shill for me, Mike. Thanks. Thanks, Mike. We are good friend. Oh, postage for you? Yeah, don't. International people, don't order coffee. Or if you do, order a 5-pound bag. Don't order a little bag. It's such a waste. We're almost there. Well, I just like drove 3 hours to like south of Tampa today. Didn't even tell you guys I was driving for 3 hours and made you sit here. Maybe I'll do that one of these days. Nah, this driving start is nice. Like the stream warm up. You don't even have a coffee maker? Dang, that's a nice dolphin mailbox right there. So kind of like a Keurig. Uses those little, yeah. And then not like, oh, a free bed. It looks like a nice one. Pro streamer, yeah, I'm starting to become a better streamer. I figured since we're Twitch partners now, that I need to start being a real streamer. Which camera do we want to use today? Canon or Nikon? Bird watching from a hot tub. That's when you know I'm real pro. I do like the look of the Nikon. I'm not going to lie about that one. Like when I'm streaming through the Nikon and it has the autofocus features. Ooh, huge one. All of them. I don't carry both anymore because that one always made my back sore just because of the weight on my shoulders. Well, not sore back, but like sore right here on the shoulder. The pads are made out of paper. Yeah, I know. I think I know those little pucks that you're talking about. Canon, no Nikon. Yeah, it depends. There are some areas where not as much zoom. I think I'll start with the Canon. And then if we deem the zoom necessary, we will switch to the Nikon. Nikon does not. Focusing on the Canon is a little easier. Well, it has autofocus. Nikon does not have autofocus. And The Canon, I can also switch to photo mode a lot easier. So we'll do that. But yeah, the Canon doesn't have the bird eye autofocus. But I never really had too many issues with focusing with the Canon. When I'm at like fully zoomed, sometimes I can get some blur. You should take that class and buy... What class? Birds are a good friend. Go teach that microbio course, have a stressful, horrible summer, and then buy my camera off me. Mike. Bird are the word. The bird's the word. Dun, 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 dun. Birding time. Gotta send out my streaks. I had the hourglasses up. An elbow bird. Is that like a fake bird then? It's not a real bird? Alright. I need to transition to that setup. So if we're taking that, we'll take that. Trying to finish my coffee right here. So we've been in this spot before. I haven't been working all modems here before. So there were some spots out here we jumped down to low bit rate. So let's hope this new Mint Mobile modem, it's not doing well now, but it could still. That 800 could be enough that separates us from low bit rate. PO2? What's PO2? Let's see. Very derpy bird. Oh, I need to put that together too. Almost done. I swear this is a birding stream, not a coffee drinking stream. Dang, barnacle. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that. Honestly, $26 postage for 5 pounds isn't horrendous, but don't forget to use the code DrWD40, DrWD30 to get 30% off. Is it 30%? I forget what percent you get off. You get a percentage off if you use my code. But I don't know how well it works internationally. I've been meaning to contact them. I don't think I have enough sales in order to ask for what I want to ask for, though, for that brand. Would be nice to ensure the beans that are used for my blend to be shade-grown, bird-friendly beans. It might be a difficult ask if they're only doing like, 2 bags a month. You know what I mean? I guess they could use those beans and advertise other products with them too, but I can understand how that could be difficult. Postage only, oh geez. Drinking helmets, I know, right? Stop it, millennial? No, shade-grown coffee is actually really important for bird habitats. So it would make a lot of sense in my stream to ensure the coffee beans come from shade-grown trees Nothing to do with being millennial. It's caring about nature. Kind of hard to say I care about birds if I'm not, super caring about birds and all the different meanings. Yeah, exactly, Green Herring. It's not about being a millennial, Michael. It's about supporting habitats and the environment. If that's what it means to be a millennial, to care about the world around us and other people and other animals, and so be it, then I'm a millennial. At least I'm not a geriatric millennial who screams millennial when something is a good thing. Got him. Oh yeah, this is that, remember when we came here the other time and there was that one area that just had all those ospreys? Come on, get out. I hope you are charging. I'm gonna turn HDMI off for a second. Because this would get really dizzy for you. Oh, look at you. I'll show you a geriatric. Listen to you go. I forget who said you're technically a geriatric millennial if you were born before, was it between 85 and whatever the next generation is? Is it the generation between millennial and boomer? Is there a generation between there? I don't know all my generations. Oh no, Janet, you were just be happy it got dark out there, because I was like flipping the camera all around. You all would have gotten motion sickness and vomited. Gen X. There's Gen X, there's Gen Z, Gen Y. Like there's so many gens, I don't know which one's which. All right, so between Gen X and millennial apparently is geriatric millennial. And I don't know how accurate that is, but someone said that once. And Mike says, "What the heck? I'm a geriatric millennial," and I'll never forget that moment. Some things just, are important to remember in life. Okay, there was a barred owl spotted here. I don't know, I think I put that in the title today to try to be more clickbait. But I have no idea where it might be, or if it was just visiting here for a day. I say lots of things, most are meant to be forgotten. It's salty. Is lost something, Jen? What do you mean lost something, Jen? Yeah, all the Gen stuff. Who knows? Been bad. Okay, we got that. Like I said, if we deem we need the Nikon, car won't be too far away, but kind of just want to use the Canon today. Maybe we can get some nice photos out here too. We'll do some photo tours. Oh, the Lost Generation. Ew. Beyonce. Dr. 104, thank you for that follow. Welcome. Just getting my stuff, final setups done here. And we'll get out there and we'll start looking at some birds. Who likes birds? Any of you guys like birds? Where are my bird lovers at? Good, good. Let's get this set up. Have the Zuck. Yeah, Zuckerberg's a clone. Burbs, not birds. Pizza likes dragonflies. Big, show me your 6 feet. Did you see that photo posted yesterday on the internet? That also now says the people around him are aliens too. What's up, Aspie? So autofocus full, 1, off. If you were a barred owl, where would you be? Sleeping, I know. Ah, beautiful day. Wait, what rumor are we starting? I haven't been paying attention. What's up, Jonty? I hear doves. Morning. They said morning from a distance. You feel his energy. That's why I walked left. I feel like it would want to be in these trees in here. Ah, you a fish crow flying this way? Where are you going? Nope. Birds are not real. I hear lots of cardinals. Most of the birds you hear are cardinals right now. Where are the owls? I don't know the exact location. If it could have been just one sitting here one morning that someone posted on eBird, but there was a barred owl here a couple days ago. Like by a couple of days ago, I mean like a week. So this isn't a popular like eBird posting site. it's a nice area, but not a lot of people come here and post their checklists. So it's not a super accurate listing, which means you got to come here on your own to look. And we're also a little late in the day for owls. Owls are probably roosted up by now. If you see crows going nuts, really. Crows and owls don't get along. That's a good tip. I don't see any crows going nuts, so. Like, this just seems like a good owl tree, doesn't it? Like, if I was an owl, I would just sit right there. Industries. Blue jays sometimes go nuts over owls too, right? Being a blue jay, there goes one. It's become an owl. Oh, it's a squirrel. You're not an owl. Hello, squirrel. Aw, owls just want to have friends. Misunderstood. Blue jays going nuts is the default state. I believe it. It is pretty back in there. We're going there eventually. I kind of want to zigzag around all these tree areas to start today. Owl food. Yeah, I'd put our owl chances at like 5% today. Especially not being here like sunrise or sunset. Being a tad later in the day. Oh, there's cardinal flying through. Do we want to walk? Yeah, let's go down through here now. Into the dark tunnel. It is neat down here though, isn't it? Any scary? No. I'm probably the scariest animal here. This would be a good spot for thermal, just to take the thermal scope and look around. I'm definitely the first one through this trail today. I'm clearing the spider webs. Yeah. Yeah, I need the Avian Davies cheat code now where you bring the thermal scope up to your eye. I wonder if this knocking is someone pounding with a hammer or if it's a woodpecker. It sounds woodpecker-ish. Yeah, except a thermoscope fund is like $3,000. That's a ridiculous fund. Squirrel. Girl predator, I know, right? Did you hear a Carolina wren? Oh, there's a red-bellied over there. That is the pounding I hear. Oh, let's go into video mode. And there we go. Looks like a male red-bellied woodpecker. This is the, wait. Yep, color goes all the way around. So difference between male and female red bellies is the red on the head there. Male, it goes all the way around. Females, it goes partially. Oh, sorry. Focus back. Yeah, I wonder if it's trying to get food or it's digging a hole for a nest. Oh, I hear people. Rarest bird I've seen. I've seen an endangered one, the red cockaded woodpecker. Snail kites are pretty rare. Short-tailed hawks are rare. Florida scrub jays. Algebra, wow. Oh, this is... Captain Jack, take a photo. There we go. Morning.
Are you guys an owl, let's say?
No, those just a red-bellied woodpecker. Yeah. Are you looking for an owl?
No, there's owls in here.
Yeah, I haven't seen one here yet, though.
See you, man.
See you. Have a good one. The corn crake, I don't know that one. What are some other ones we've seen on stream that are rares? Yeah, snail kite probably up there. Short-tailed hawk, scrub jay, red cockaded woodpecker. But red cockaded's are pretty easy to see. I think the luckiest one I've seen is that snail kite that one day, though. Oh, there's a dog coming this direction. I want to walk. I've never been down this way before. Corn crakes. I don't know if I never heard of a corn crake. Oh, very nice to explore nature. I love being out here. Is it C-O-R-N? No, not core. Oh. Nope. I don't know what the abbreviation is. It's a scientific name. Never been to Canada. Nope. So is it CR then, if it's Crex? Not on All About Birds. Okay. Because it's not, All About Birds is more US based, right? I hear a blue jay. I wonder if it's yelling at an owl. Here an osprey. Nix, thank you for the follow. Banff. Oh, Banff is just beautiful to begin with, let alone the birds that could be out there. Oh, barnacle, it sounds horrible. It doesn't sound pleasant. Ow. Oh, yep, I figured this just looped through here. Gather as friends. There's a squirrel. Alright. All that did was loop around through there. So let's back out this way. Yeah, Banff is really nice. Meadows, thank you for the follow too. And Star calling, I was torn between. Oh, no. Yeah, the call does not sound pleasant. Yeah, this sort of habitat right here is where that thermomonocular would be a cool thing to have. Just to scope around real quick. That red belly's still digging away up there. Maybe it is burrowing that hole. Belly digging away at that tree. That was a dove. Oh, I hate when doves do that. I would show Hooter if I could, Super Cajun. A pre-marked trail, it's not really, I mean, there's a trail inside these trees right here, but nothing's really like marked. You know, there's some nice old trees in there. If I was an owl, I'd totally chill there. Oh, osprey's flying high above. Yeah, really high up. Oh, there goes some cardinals, and they're gone. Man, this is a great morning though, huh? Beautiful weather out here today. Slight breeze, but not too bad. It was windy yesterday. Yesterday was real windy. Anyone gonna watch Formula One today? Any Formula One fans out there? Only reason I ask because it's in Miami. Oh, 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 are you gonna land? Let's see where to go. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Oh, look at that green on the side there. Hold on, let me turn autofocus off. No. Halloween pennant dragonfly. These are a common occurrence. Yeah, I don't really know any F1 drivers. Only one I've heard of is Lando Norris. There we go. Pookie got a nice photo for you, Barnacle. Thanks, Pookie. Looking forward to the carnage. You think it's going to be carnage? Or there have been any complaints about I think the track's wild. They built it in a parking lot around Miami Dolphins Stadium. Gardening for you today. Yesterday was Naked Gardening Day. You guys know that? Don't care though. It's hyped here since Max is doing well. Who's Max? I only know Lando Norris. Someone named Hamilton. Helio Castro Neves. That's all I got. That's all I can name right now. Yeah, that's why I didn't stream yesterday. I was doing naked gardening all day. Got a real awkward sunburn today. Max Verstappen. Won it last season. Oh, nice. Never saw one person actually gardening. So you actually looked up that naked gardening day hashtag? I scrolled through it for about 20 seconds and I realized, okay, I'm done. Lots of gardening people. Oh, no. Something hopping around. What, there's a cardinal down there. Up, blue jay. Hopping around up there. Blue jay and the cardinals hang out here for a quick second. See if any of these come out into the open for us. No. I don't think they will. Working in the berry bramble naked gardening. Yeah, could you imagine going out and picking wild like raspberries or wild blackberries on naked gardening day? F1 hype means more idiots using public roads as racetracks. Oh. Yep. Like a TV chef until he went nudie sunbathing among tomato plants. But if you hold the watering can in front of the nether regions, it's fine. Okay. They did not want to come out and show themselves. Trimming the nettles. Yeah, I think the biggest problem with social media is now that everyone knows about all these national days that shouldn't exist. Like, if it wasn't for social media, I never would have heard about National Naked Gardening Day. And because it was showed up on the right side of my Twitter feed as trending, I now know about it as the first Saturday in May. Pizza. I'll just hide behind my water barrel. Alright, let's loop up and around through here, I think. Maybe. Oh, what are you flying over there? Let's see if it stays for us here. Got ourselves a mourning dove hanging out. We don't really zoom into mourning doves too much. There's a lot of them. This one doing something different, running around on the ground here rather than just sitting on a tree. Nice. Good morning, dove. What are you making noises over there? The stabilizing thingy? Oh, you mean when I walked around that one park holding the gimbal? That's just that one stream where I got the gimbal out? Yeah, that little, I remember seeing that for the first time when zooming in once. That little iridescence on the neck is really cool. Iridescence is a good word, yes. Some good branching going on in there. Be nice if there was just an owl sitting on that one right there, but nope. Fancy words for shiny. Oh, they are marked. There are some marked trails out here for whoever asked that earlier. I am trying to slow down a bit today. I know it's still very difficult for me to do. Waiting for network. Connecting. I don't have chat right now. I don't know if I have stream. Should I connect to a different modem? Settings. So right now my visible one is not happy. Let's connect to AT&T and see what happens. Connected. Okay, we're back in chat now. Are we working? Visible east is all the way to, so no visible back here. Just Mint and AT&T right now. Oh, they got Blue Jay right up there. There's the nest in there. Oh, it flew away. There's a lot going on in these trees in here, though. Yeah, I just lost. So if you said anything in chat before Janet talked about the reflecting lights, I did not see it. Not the best angle here. I don't want to switch over yet. Oh, it went over there. Oh, it's over here now. It was only there for a second. Oh, focus in the back. And it's gone. That's a tough one. But a little blue jay hopping around in there. Oh, hype train. No, wait, that wasn't a train. Oh, right there it is. Do you see it? Right above me now. Oh, it's straight above me. No way we're seeing that. I just went to carry it. Oh, it's right up there now. You got for Mother's Day, nice. Alright, apologies everyone. It might get shaky for a second. I am handheld right now. Did it fly away already? It flew away already. It was posed so nicely up there too. It was posing so nice. It was all floofed. No, I haven't gone Lake Apopka yet, but I want to this summer. I want to get over there for a day. Meh. Happy day to all you mothers, yes. But yeah, I do want to go out there. I think I looked at the network, it should be okay. Have you been to the Wildlife Drive before? Would it be a good spot to stream? Like, should I bike there and do it for my car? I think it's 11 miles. And they have weird like hours too, weird days that they're open. Like I think it's only Friday, Saturday, and Sundays, if I recall. They recommend 3 months of daily walks with gentle leader head harness. Nice. That's good. Hello, Hawk. Are you gonna land? Are you just gonna scream? Let's walk on over there and see if we can get that hawk. What's up, Martian? Yeah, it is a nice day here today, that's for sure. Yeah, it might have flown all the way over to there now. I don't think the hawk wants to land or be seen. Not sure if red-tailed or red-shouldered. It was flying away, so I couldn't into the sun. Only seen pictures. All right, Eel. Yeah, I want to head there someday for sure. Definitely on my list to travel to. I just don't get out to the Orlando area too often. It's just a longer drive for me. So I want to go to the Orlando wetlands and also Lake Apopka. There's some good stuff out there. See, I think it continued flying left, but we'll walk over through here to check. Yeah, I've never tried one of those leaders for dog. I've only ever used harness for walking. So those leaders where they have that loop that goes around their muzzle helps a little bit. Because when they pull, it pulls their head back, right? So it makes them not want to pull. Hear you. Can we find you? Hey, thanks for the follow. Dang it, it stopped calling. Oh, little bird just flew over there. Back in the Midwest, there's a massive migration in the Midwest, right? Nice, yeah, I'll have to try one of those. Watson's not too bad to walk, but he does get distracted He doesn't. He's one of those dogs that has to be out in front. It's hard to break him of that. Oh, I see little hoppers. Oh, I see a little orange patch. Okay, I hear a hawk. Could this be a red start? No. So this is going to get dizzy for you all, but I want to have this up as I look around here. Actually, I think because there are little birds hopping around, I'm just going to go to the mobile mode again and see if I can get it that way. Where are you? I just hopped over to there. Nope. Okay, that's too shaky for you all. Apologies for that. Problem is, I can't grip the camera right there because the one complaint I have with this is the M50 has the HDMI cable sticking right where you want to hold it right there. So I need a cage and an HDMI cable protector. Sixcapades. Okay, there is a different bird hopping around in here though I'm not sure what it is. Half treats. But it had like a little bit of like burnt sienna on like the chest. It was like white, but it had like a little bit of like orange or something on it. The problem is, it's like in all this thickness up here. Black and white warbler? This might not be the one I saw earlier. No. Manual focus. Little orange legs, yellow legs there. Deepen the thickness. What's the difference between the black and white warbler and the blackpoll warbler? I haven't looked at chat, so I'm just kind of assuming this one was the black and white warbler. I think that's all we're gonna get in some thicker spots now. Oh, so it was blackpoll. Is it the line on the head that is the big difference between the two? Black cap, like a chickadee. Okay, yeah, so maybe I saw the little yellow flick there too. Oh, the squirrel scared it away. Let's see, there might be more chances over here. Is it up there still? There's a squirrel that chased him away. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. It was just right up here, I think. Oh, the wind is throwing me off. Oh, there it is. Yeah, definitely a blacker head. Eh. So happy. Captain Jack, take a picture. Captain Jack, take a photo. I don't think I said it correctly. Captain Jack, take a photo. Oh no, probably too delayed. If that got it, that'd be super cool, but I doubt it. I think it hopped over to the left right away. I don't think that's a nest, that's just some Spanish moss hanging there. So maybe we got it in that mess there. Fixture. Oh, still hiding back in there. Super sneaky. Is a record shot? Is that a good thing? One is okay? Okay, good. One of them worked. I like the little, like, orange yellow feet. Let's see, are there any other ones up there hopping around? Oh, nice. Well, thank you for somewhat cooperating, warbler. Hopping around in that tree right up there so you can see how, you know, all the limbs and foliage are a little tough. to spot and track, and then it was chased off from this tree to that tree by a squirrel. But I think we got good enough shots. Oh, record shot is just oh, okay. Okay, cool. One good enough in there to confirm ID. That's what I wanted. That's the first Blackpool warbler of the year. I just heard you, fish crow. And there you're flying away. Yeah, I went to say photo and picture at the same time, and it came out picture. This is why I like this spot, because these trees over here next to the water are good little warbler habitats. But I don't think that was the one I saw at the start. It had a little bit of like orangish color on it. It's up there, that's the Blackpool still hopping around. Oh, there's two. See if this other one's different. I'm at the wrong sun angle now, though. I'm trying to block the sun from my eyes. I don't know if we'll be able to get a good angle. I also lost it. Man, they're tough. Yeah, warblers are warblering right now. Yeah, they're both Blackpools. I got warblered. Now, it would be definitely be easier if I was like traditional birder out here with a pair of binoculars where I could just track them real quick, you know? Well, I don't have binoculars. Maybe it just got a little better for us. Yeah, and that it'll be all silhouettes that direction. All right, let's just move on. Let's move on. Oh yeah. Oh, there goes the cardinal. What the modem's doing. Okay. Definitely helps that we have the Mint Mobile one today. That's for sure. I'm going to change back my phone to the visible one. All right, we're back. That makes me happy. Makes that one additional modem worthwhile, because back here it was jumping around a lot in previous streams. Yeah. Like, it helps us just enough. It's that difference from going to low bit rate to staying at regular. You could also see Viz 2 is twice Viz Ethernet. Viz 2 has the antenna on it. So in theory, Viz 2 always should be a little better. Man, there's so many spots and Al would enjoy hanging out here. That's why when I saw those Al photos, I was disappointed the person didn't say where it was. There's a lot of spots that could be out here. So Mike, do you have to be at your in-laws at 12:30, or you're leaving your place at 12:30? What are you doing? You just having like lunch there, or are you going out to eat? What are you all up to today? You have to bring food? Anyone else have any nice Mother's Day plans? Brunch there. Good, you don't have to even cook it all. What's on the menu? I have food on the mind right now. Yes, treats for me. I like that idea. Oh, ow, that's the sun. Dang bird flew right over top me and then went right into the sun. So guess what I did? When I tried following it to see what it was, I looked right into the sun. Because I'm a dummy. DRWD dumb, am I right? I just had grilled cheese on toast. Cheese is fancy with truffles. Ooh. Whenever I think truffles, I imagine them being like, truffles are like dirt. I don't see the appeal in truffles. Another 10K, nice. Now when you go to your parents' place, is that walking distance? So would you get a nice walk going there, or do you have to like take public transport to get there. Yeah, it's funny when my German friend was here, it was like, everything is just so far. You can't live here without a car. Yeah, bird definitely used blind. I'm like, oh look, what's this bird? Right into the sun. I'm like, ah! This way or that way? Oh, that way. Hawk. That's why Blue Jay was screaming. Train used to bike it 30 kilometers one way. That's a nice little bike. Very nice bike. What is that, 18.6 miles? Beautiful one. Striving for sustainability. Thank you for the follow. Now, I think I saw a hawk fly somewhere up in here. What's up, Cephaly? Yeah, like California. Florida, their public transport is just non-existent. I hope I didn't scare away the hawk. Trying to walk through here very slow because it might be hiding like right inside there. I don't know where it might have landed. Yeah, accidental hummingbird finder. It's definitely, that was hilarious when you started rolling the credits, playing the stream credits. Oh, the stream brings me so much joy. That remind me I'm not the only one that does silly things in the middle of stream by accidentally pushing the wrong buttons. You're a reminder to the rest of the birding community that it's not just Doc that's a pro streamer. We are all pro streamers. Oh, there it is. Now you went down around the corner. Okay, I guess I'll walk down around the corner then. It was right in here. I think it was like in that tree there. Didn't get up close enough yet. Sorry guys, I'm in hawk mode right now. I think it went up here around this corner. There could be multiple, so I should probably still slow down through here. Pointy finger deployed. What are we looking for? Just any kind? Yep, any kind of ninja. Mega Miss Pac-Man, good morning. 5 miles birding yesterday. Oof, that's a good day. Cecily, you like how I put an owl in my title as clickbait? Because 2 weeks ago there was a barred owl here. Alright, everyone be. The hawk flew up and around this corner. I don't know if it continued all the way around this corner. I wish it... I did hear a scream far away. So it might have kept flying. Yeah, way down there. Could be another one. Oh, no, I see it. Don't fly. Oh, my camera was on. Not good. Hello, Hawk. Hey, tree limb, get out of the way. Trying to look at a hawk here. Jeez, Martian, that's a ton. Let's see, I have my sunglasses on. Come back, come back. It doesn't have, it doesn't have the band on the chest, so it's red-shouldered, right? All right, there's a branch that keeps getting us. So our red-shouldered hawks here can be very light in color, like not much of a red shoulder on it. Yeah. So it can be tricky sometimes. But it's not a Cooper's or a sharp-shinned. It's not wearing a hat. There's a good sight of it. I know, right? The tree is really getting us. Posing for us. Oh, it's here in the camera shutters. ISO's up to 3200 there. Kind of have to with the moving leaves. There'd be too much motion blur there. Kind of have to crank the ISO on that one to get a higher shutter speed. All right. Let's see if it lets us. Yep, so where I'm looking, you see that palm right there? It's right on top of that palm. Let's see if it lets us get a different angle here. I highly doubt it will let us, but let's try. Yep, Canon M50. Good hawk. Stuck in bed. That's not good. Hi, how you doing? Not too bad. Lens focal length? Yeah, so this is the 600 millimeter right here. Good lens, good lens. Jolt Free, thank you for the follows. Welcome. Oh, there's where it was. That person biked through like in a few seconds later, so I don't think the hawk would have stayed there too much longer. Nim, thank you as well. Any Sigma lens is A-okay. Like my Sigma 16 millimeter is what I take all my long exposure rocket launch streak shots with. They come out so crisp. You need that wider angle for the exposure shots too, to get the whole launch. Did you all see my final image of the exposure shot from the launch the other day? My composite one at the star field? Check out my Instagram. Do I have an Instagram command? Exclamation point IG? Or Instagram or something like that? Gonna sleep it off, not cover though? I tested. Well, that's good. That's good. Hope you feel better. Oh, there it is. That works too. And people don't have to go to the social medias. Ooh, 120 millimeter prime. Yeah, it does sound like it would be good for macros. Yeah, Sigma glass is very, very sharp. No complaints from me. You hold the button down for 5 minutes. No, when I do my long exposures for launches, I use the app. You go into bulb mode and you just hit start, and then when you're happy with it, you hit stop. And it's pretty much a very long photo that you take. Now you need to set aperture, ISO, and all that stuff properly too. Make sure you're in focus and things like that. So for the exposure shot, I do f16 aperture, and I do an ISO of 100. And it's usually for a launch, like a 3 to 5 minute exposure, depending on how the launch goes, direction, and things like that. Then I also do a star field, which using the Sigma lens, I do a 1.4 aperture, and then like a 400 or 800 ISO, depending on the moonlight. And then I get a nice little star field, and I overlay that composite and blend the images together in Photoshop. This is actually only 4.5 to 539. But it goes to 3,000. It might not look good, but it does. Actually, it looks good for streaming sense, rocket launch coverage, and things like that. Like, and I'm not a professional photographer, so there could very well be better settings to use for the exposure shots, but I found those are what work best for my setup. Did I see there's a 2 a.m. launch Friday morning? Next launch is the 10th in Vandenberg, I think. Sorry, y'all. I'm not going to go to California for you. But I think there's another launch Friday morning at 2 a.m. that's local here. Yep, so 6 a.m. UTC is 2 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So that's a tough one. Do we go up there, like if we stream that one? Streaming dark time like that is always tough because it's going to be dark the whole time. If it's a 2 a.m. launch, it means it's always going to be dark. The entire content will be dark. That's not really ideal. Stream from Cali for us, for all I know, right? But great launch. Thank you, Jonty. Yeah, I'm definitely happy with how that one turned out. Those launch photos are always interesting because you just point and hope. You got to know you got to look at the telemetry to know the direction the rocket's going to go. This one went to the normal northeast direction, like a normal ISS insertion orbit. But some of these Starlinks, they can go any which direction they want. So you got to make sure you look up the telemetry beforehand so you know which direction to point the camera and what sort of, I always choose my location based on that telemetry, what sort of streak shot I want to get. So a lot goes into those streak shots. They become, very common today because they're fun to take. Especially like that Friday night one, 2 a.m. It'll be all dark, so it'll look the same all the way through, which will be cool. I thought another cool one would be very difficult. I don't know how well they'd blend together. Would be like to do the streak shot from the same spot, same camera angle every single time. That way you then blend all those streak shots into one image. And you have like all the pads launching away, like saying like, oh, Space Coast, the busy spaceport. And you're showing all the streaks going, which would be cool in the same image. Yeah, so for the 2 a.m. one, I have to start streaming at like midnight? Then I could put my red light on and do beach metal detecting maybe. Like that all depends on the trajectory. And sometimes for those night ones, I don't stream them. Just because the streaming part is difficult with the low light conditions. I could try covering a launch with this beast. Usually I use the Nikon. Nikon's not great at low light. I mean, this one could be a little better, but never tried it. It just doesn't have the zoom. Streak shot from space, there we go. Another Halloween pennant right there. The Canon 1200mm f8. How much is that one? That sounds like $5,348. Maybe not f8. Maybe it's more in like the 2500 range. Oh, never mind. 20K. Never mind. Imagine having a 20K lens on a $500 body. Yeah, what if I just like downsize? Actually, I looked at the price of my house right now. According to Zillow, I could sell my house for 304K. Considering I spent like 206 on it, make 100K, go rent the rest of my life and use that and buy lenses for stream. IRS is like, sir, you are negative $25,000 in your business this year. This is a problem. No, Mike, I'd come up and live with you and get a job up there. Because you always tell me to move up there because teachers are actually paid more there. Keep the house. Yeah, no, I wouldn't sell a house now. Because the problem is buying now is a horrible idea. I'm at 2.75% interest. Why would I ever want to buy something overpriced now? Solid plan. Yeah, just have to start selling drugs. No big deal. Good to see you outdoors again. I've been outdoors a lot. Just haven't been able to stream as much, but it shall be changing now that the summer is here. So I am looking forward to it. Should be bringing back weekday streams for you working from homers. Gone through new used car versus new lens debates. I know, right? Priorities. Take me private. I know, right? Your drone? I think I remember using it once. Yeah, the drone is just funky. Sometimes I'll be at like 30 meters up and it'll say landing because its altimeter is broken. So it thinks it's in landing zone. But if I fly it in sport mode, then it's not a problem. Yeah, I haven't taken that up for a while. I could probably bring it out to a place like this. Money back for that drone? I mean, I've used it for personal things too. I bought it off Marketplace. Good morning, California burbs. I mean, it worked great. The altitude stuff was my fault. Ever since I launched it from my kayak, it was weird. I think that day threw it all off, but it's fine. I'm not too concerned about it. When I want it to work, it will work. Those are pumping stations. So this is like, if they ever need to like pump water out through here, I think that's what those are for. What's up, Spaceberry? I hear some chirps down there. Let's see if anything shows up. Yeah, today could have been a good drone day. A lot of places I go to, though, since they're like refuges and wildlife sanctuaries, no drones are allowed anyway. So it limits my drone usage because there's a lot of places I go. I'd say probably 75% of the places I go to for birding, you're not allowed to have drones. I think I saw something flutter in that tree over there. It looked like it might have been a cardinal. And look for sharks. Yeah, that could be cool too on like super clear water day. That's weird. Fish crow. Something fluttered down through here. Let's see. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Looks like a cardinal, but a lady's walking down here with her dogs. So this spot had some fluttering, so I'm going to stand here for a second, see if anything shows up. You hear a wren? Let's go down here and explore then. Exploring for a wren. I thought that would rhyme better. Oh, oh. It just went up and over there. Oh, it's a great crested flycatcher. No, it's not great crested, but it's some type of flycatcher. Where'd you go? It's through those limbs right there. Oh no, I switched to low bit rate. Waiting for network. I don't even have chat right now. Did anyone get an ID on that for me? Was that a great crested? We saw it for a second. Sorry, we might have been on low bit rate there though. Let me try to get a different angle here. I think there were 2 of them up there. Oh, 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 oh. Dang. I think it flew away. Morning, little Valkyrie. Ugh. Bad spot. Oh, it's still in there somewhere. It was faint. So I had a great crested flycatcher when we did the Morning Dawn chorus. According to Merlin ID, said I had one in the backyard in the morning. Are they morning singers? Doing great. How are you doing? Pulls out my thermomonocular and says, oh look, it's right there. Now I know where to zoom into. Oh wait. I have to use my eyeballs, which only see between 300 and 700 nanometers. Ugh, I'm such a pleb. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Another chance at one this Friday, 2 a.m. Skulky. And maybe I'll change up this angle a little bit. I still hear it down in there. It's great at hiding. I will give it. Sun angle is a problem over here though. Wait, Songbirder got an owl? Where are you? Why are you being so tricky? How's it hiding so well? Oh, there it is. There's a tuft of leaves that is behind, but over here, where we have an angle, it's directly in line with the sun. So this is our only angle. Let me try to get this on here. Green herring, don't you bring that bad juju on me. So yeah, like I said, it's not a good sun angle. This is green herring's fault. We don't deserve it. Can't believe that. It was a bad sun angle. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It was just a silhouette of a great crested flycatcher is all. Only a stream lifer, no big deal. And moving on. Wait, we did see them last year? I mean, we've had the songs on stream. I don't remember. Oh, wait. We did when we were. Did we have it? Which one did we get? We were out at the Red Cockaded. Was that a great crested flycatcher we had out there that day? I think so. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. Green herring. Yeah. Yeah. I do recall them out there now. Along the road with all the saddlebags. Oh, back in there too. Okay, never mind. It was an insignificant moment then. eBird account. You can make a group account. That is possible. I'm now retroactively blaming Green Herring for me not being able to get the Great Crest on your stream yesterday. But you get scissor tails. That's not even fair. And also, did you look up the migration stuff? Your state is like bright hot for migrations right now, so I don't even want to hear it. Oh, I think there's some bird copulation going on over here. I think they flew away. There was fluttering down in here. I don't know if we'll see anything. Nope, I'm not seeing any birds. It was right there on that limb Flew deep into the thickness back there. Nope, not seeing it now. Too brief but clear. Hotel in Dallas Burbs, so not really. Oh. Oh, that's because the stream forced you to travel, right? Imagine having a point redemption forcing a streamer to travel for a bird and have to get a hotel. Might have been a catbird down there. Sometimes those are like little ground hoppers. Liking this thick brush. But yeah, it was right in here. I'm not seeing anything back in there though. I feel like I saw him chased out of state. Yeah, I've been trying to think of new point redemptions, or maybe like a community challenge redemption. Because you all are just hoarding points. I need to get you to spend them and waste them. This darner's not doing well. I don't want to show it on the big cam. Oh, there it goes. Never mind. Maybe it was doing okay. I walked right up to that darner that was on the ground. It was a green darner. Oh, it's just a wedding. That's right. That's right. You said you were going for a wedding. 10 burpees. Burpees with this gear. Could you imagine? How quickly stream would break because of a cable coming out or a battery unplugging or something like that. Darners don't perch on the ground when doing well. Yeah, it looked like it crash landed. Just in case it was injured or something, I didn't want to zoom in on it there. Happy commercialized buy stuff day. Oh, for Mother's Day? And it flew at me. I didn't chase it. Oh. Saw a yellow-bellied sapsucker in here that one stream. Ignore the bird. No. What if it's like a lifer or something? That's horrible. I mean, 100,000 is a lot of points. But the problem is, Pez probably has that many points. Pet the croc. $500,000 points. IRL death by alligator. End streams forever. Eat the leaf. Because of treats. 228,000 is a lot of points, though. Try hand feed a turkey. If I don't twerk. Well, twerking's technically TOS, isn't it? Ice cream redemption for like 50,000 could actually be a decent one, where I actually have to get ice cream after an IRL stream. That's an actual possibility. That could become one. Harold the turkey. But the thing is, since California Burbs is live often, so you can start racking up a lot of points there pretty quickly. Just tier 3 for a month or two, earn double the points, have the stream up all the time. Boom. Sing a sea shanty. I don't know any sea shanties. Fancy, what's a fancy waffles in surf and turf? That sounds, you have fancy waffles and then surf and turf. Like the surf and turf wasn't fancy enough. The price of red meat today. So, lobster, filet mignon, and fancy waffles. Look only high up. No ground birds. Only up birds. Bird cosplay. Dress up as a bird. No, that's when I start selling myself and doing like sub goals and whatnot. If we reach 1,000 total subs, I'll dress up as a bird and go birding. Lots of word before waffles, so you just called them fancy waffles. I feel like whipped cream, fruit, and putting all that weird stuff on waffles turns them into fancy waffles. Someone clip that. The thing is, that's something like, I think the most subs I've ever had was 400 at any one point. I'm usually at like 70 to 80 a month. So like to get to 1,000 would be a lot. Only look in the water. I need to sell out more. Do I though? So it's a catch-22. I could teach more classes, which I don't feel bad about taking money from the state, or I could stream more, teaching less classes, but then I'd be taking money from all of you. And I wouldn't like that. But then yet I'd enjoy streaming more. That's why it's a catch-22. One correctly idea palm warbler. Thank you for 69 bits. Never sell out. Oh, there's some snowy egrets flying by. The finger pointing stream. Finger pointing content. $5K? Oh my gosh. You know what the sad part about that 5K is? I'd get 2,500. Twitch is expensive though. When you look at how much it costs, like just when I click start stream and send my ingest to the server is $10. Then that's just me sending my signal there from my home. And then Twitch sending that signal out to all of you
Sovereign Bohemian
is also very expensive.
X125.
Very hard for Twitch to make money. Sovereign, thank you for the 125 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so Twitch operations does cost a lot of money, which is why, if anything, like that article came out, they're going to take more money from the content creators rather than give them more money. Because Amazon has this line on their yearly summary of earnings where this website called Twitch loses them money. And Amazon says, we can't have this. And their idea is content creators should be making more money off sponsorships and things like that. Which is why exclamation point Amazon is one of my favorite things to promote. If you're shopping on Amazon, click that link, and then if you buy something within 24 hours, I get like 2 to 5%. And that's less money in Bezos's pocket. And it's something you were going to buy off Amazon anyway. Now, my link only works for the United States. I could probably make a global link, but I don't know how popular Amazon is everywhere else, so I just had it focus for the United States. Oh, they make a ton of money off ads because streamers get CPM rather than a ad revenue split. So the example I heard is, what if someone pays $50 for an ad to be shown to 1,000 people, that company paid $50 for that ad, but then the streamers end up only getting $3.50 of it. Never even heard of it. Well, I don't know how like crazy popular, like US, everyone just buys everything off Amazon now. Pretty much you don't even contemplate other websites. It's just Amazon Prime, everything. I hear a yelling osprey. Ooh, we haven't walked around that island over there yet. So Amazon's that popular over there too? Everyone just orders everything off Amazon? You have Prime 2-day shipping? my phone a little bit. Really received the same day. This hasn't happened to me yet. I bought something at 10 p.m. and got it at 10 a.m. the next day. That's the fastest turnaround I've had. What was uncalled for? Did I miss something? You've used Amazon twice, and that's impressive. That's impressive. Probably ball.com. Oh, what's flying over there? Looks like a fish crow. Really, green herring? I don't get that here. The thing I hate that Amazon does sometimes is you order something, and then when it's supposed to, the day it's supposed to arrive, it's like, sorry, we couldn't find your order and canceled it. And then sometimes it's something like, oh, I needed that day. Like if they realize they oversold and they don't have the inventory and they're hoping someone returned or canceled, and then that didn't happen, but they wouldn't cancel it right away when they realize they didn't have the inventory. Those are the ones that annoy me. Oh, on themselves. Yeah, I don't know. Well, that one, I was lost on that one. Extra $2.90, really? Up there? That's weird. I've never seen that. Yeah, so someone said like the boxes they use are to optimize the trucks or the vans to put in as much space as possible. But yeah, the massive boxes you get for little items sometimes is a bit wild. Oh, you got birds? I need some content. There's no water birds here. No wading. No wading birds. You're a bird, 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 bird. Oh, for the hydrate. Yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She's off to Colorado now to see some other friends. My other old roommate. And then I think she said maybe Mexico, and then back to London or Germany or something. I don't know. I was just a temporary stop for the travels. Doesn't always show the shortest route, really? No, she wasn't a roommate. She's now visiting my other old roommate. Out of the loop. There's no loop to be in. Just friend is traveling the world and decided to come through this town. And it was pretty much like couch surfing. Gave a place to stay for a few nights during the travels. No reason to be sorry. Oh, crunchy stones. Yeah, I've been a people and pet hotel for the past month. So I'm kind of looking forward to, I'm still watching the other dog and my other friend's pets. So I'm kind of looking forward to the return to quiet amongst the house. I'm sure Darwin is looking forward to it as well. Don't have friends. Yeah, no, I have spare room. I mean, it's not like it's 5-star living conditions. And friends also have to understand that I'm a single bachelor, so the typical single bachelor things are prevalent in my house. Here's a gopher tortoise. And they're always fun. Oops. Just hanging out doing gopher tortoise things, you know. Living that gopher tortoise life. Contemplating existence. Should I eat this blade of grass or that blade of grass? I don't know. I'm just a simple tortoise with a simple brain. Imagine living in a shell. It'd be kind of cool to have an exoskeleton like that, though. Tortoise does look sad, doesn't it? It's just like staring at the blades of grass like, this is tasteless. It just wants to eat something more tasty. This is the third ad in 30 minutes. What? You should only have one ad at the start of stream. I started stream at like, oh yeah, you're at the top of the hour. So there should only be a 30-second ad at the top of every hour once you're here. Right turn over left turn? Yeah, so right turns are faster than left turns. True. She's in prison. What? Dang, sorry about the ads. Oh, I hate ads. You know how much I make off ads? Like a penny. The fact that I make a penny off ads and how much it disrupts your streams. If I was a pro streamer, I would coordinate my ads much better. And I would be like, okay, ad break. And I would stand here, drink some water for a minute, and then we get started back up. But unfortunately, I'm not that good at things. Yeah, ads are very stupid, especially on Twitch. I know this discussion's happened a lot. Interrupting a live broadcast is dumb. I'm top notch. Well, I wish I could control ads better. It's always a frustration with Twitch. One of the reasons why I don't want to do anything with my teaching, or like, you know, office hours or study sessions or anything like that on Twitch. Imagine a student asks a question and I start answering the question and they have to watch an ad for a course they pay for. Yeah, that wouldn't work well. Yeah, or lower third something. Literally anything than what they do now would be better. The students have to pay for a sub? Well, not everyone can afford an extra $5 a month just to watch a channel to not get ads. So I say, if you're trying to decide, you know, to watch, if you watch enough Twitch, I'd recommend, if you don't know how to do the other stuff to get rid of ads, Twitch Turbo. $10 a month. It takes 2 subs away from other streamers, but if you watch Twitch enough, then it pays for itself. So say you're trying to decide between, this is the problem with Twitch Turbo, you're trying to decide between, let's say, 3 streamers to sub, but you can only sub to 2 of them because you only have $10 in your budget for Twitch a month. And that means you either choose Twitch Turbo to get no ads on all channels, or you have to choose 2 of those streamers to sub to get ads off those 2 channels. But then you also don't get to support them, so it's like a catch-22. Pay for less than $5? Not necessarily, and plus they're paying for the class, so you wouldn't be expected to subscribe to the channel then, where the streamer would be getting half that money, which would be very, very frowned upon in the academic settings. Yeah, exactly, Pac-Man. Yeah, Twitch without Turbo. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, it technically Turbo would take away 2 subs from two other streamers, so you wouldn't be able to support, unless you still do, those other 2 streamers. You know what I mean? Yeah, academia is all about money, but that money isn't. You don't understand. Academia is not all like fancy schools up there. I teach at a college where some students can't even like get transportation to class. So, because there's no on-campus housing. Yeah, because you were tricked into going to a big fancier university, which isn't necessary. You can get a great degree by going to a local community college or junior college and then doing the last year at a bigger school. The degree on your paper then says that bigger school, and yeah, you aren't in debt. Wait, $16K a year there? What? That's not a community college. Let's see, where I teach it's like $120 a credit. So a class is probably like $400. A 4-credit course is like $400, $500, something like that, I think. I don't know the current numbers for it. Whereas where I went to university, it was $1,125 a credit for grad school, which is absolutely ridiculous. If I didn't have teaching assistantship, I wouldn't have been able to afford that. Yeah, then they should throw in like lab fees and all that sort of stuff. Parking permits, all that stuff adds up too. Yeah, and COVID, I think, yeah. Forget what the exact costs are now. $4 to $5K a year? Yeah, it's like a reasonable price for education. That's crazy. 15K. Really? They still charge lab fees then? Ugh. And yeah, I think I've heard of the distance learning fee before. Which just doesn't make sense at all. Distance learning fee. I guess because you're using more like online companion sites that cost money, like Lockdown Browser, HonorLock, all those exam taking things are a subscription fee. You get money from the government. Yeah, we get different grants and stuff we can get, like Pell Grant and whatnot. Sorry guys, not a lot of wildlife activity right now. There's a lot of toasty sun on me at the moment. It's all a scam, yep. All of it to line your instructor's pockets. That's what it all comes down to. All those extra fees, guess where they go? Right to the professors. Well, yeah, I did see those. They were actually too close for my focal length. There was White peacock butterfly it landed, but it was I wouldn't have been able to get it in focus. It was too close. Yes. You see your lab fees? This is your lab fees. That's a joke, by the way. The administration is getting all that money, not the instructors. Oh, insurance is definitely a scam. I got rich while studying computer science. That's why I cannot have an. Wow, interesting. Where am I at today? I'm down in the Sebastian area today. Laffy is an odd name for a camera. No, instructors do not make that money. Okay, I'm only seeing Halloween pennant dragonflies down there at the moment. Let's take a break in this shade spot right here and just look around. Definitely depends on the area. I know I learned a great deal in college compared to my high school. It depends on your high school too. Some high schools are super fancy. Was that an otter? What were you? Something looked like it stuck its nose up over here. I'm just gonna have my camera up and ready. It might have gone that way too. What's up, Diatoms? The new backyard birding extraordinaire. Yeah, like I went to a redneck high school in central Pennsylvania. We drove our tractors to school. Like, we were lucky to have a few AP courses that we could take our senior year, but we were only allowed to take 2 max. So I took AP Bio and AP Chem. The only other option, ooh, snake. It snaked away though. It was just right there. I just walked by that snake then. It was a black racer. A lot going on here right now. They got somewhere out there and it's hiding from me now. Here, snake, 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 snake. Psst, 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 psst. Oh wait. Hiss, 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 hiss. It's not listening. Yeah. The black racers are fast. Tiny little snakes. I must have just been seeing things over here. Unless like they're really fast and it swam somewhere completely else, or it's tucked in hiding somewhere. It is windy right here though. And parcel tongue. I'm just out of practice. Make mice sounds. Like I saw a brown head pop up in the water. Unless I was just like seeing things. It could have already swam way out there. It could have come right up through the middle here. And I was more focused on looking over here. But these ripples are much calmer over here if it's back over in this area, which would be most convenient. You think it went out that way? Because like when I saw the head pop up, it like popped up right over there. Well, shucks. Probably knows I'm here now too. Let's just say my eyes were deceiving me and there wasn't actually anything there. Yeah, they can be real sneaky moving. They could be at like the other end of the pond by now, too. But let's just keep moving. We'll never know. Nope. I'll Oh, there's a Carolina Saddlebags. Oh, and it's gone. I hear blue jays going crazy over there. It makes me want to go look at where those blue jays are going crazy right now. You can hear them way off in the distance. Hiking simulator game. You know what? Not all of us just have like 50 different species of backyard birds. Some of us have to walk around to find them. Oh no, James. Yeah, I hear some very angry blue jays over there. We must investigate. Any kites? Backyard, I saw a swallow-tailed kite hovering, but not on stream in a bit. And get out anyways, hate being stuck. Oh yeah, being stuck in a house is the worst. Yeah, some very vocal blue jays, which, as we know, suggests there could be some sort of predator. Nice. Swallowtails are cool. Very rarely do you see them landing, though. Always just hovering around. I'm trying to get over here to see what this blue jay's hollering about. Image is rendering very nicely. Good. Yeah, I can't just attach a long Ethernet cable to me and sit in my backyard. Diatoms, I'm only saying these things because I'm of course jealous of your bird content. You know what? There's a whole bunch of blue jays over here. They're probably yelling at a barred owl, and you all are about to be put in your place of content judging. You can't just stream in your PJs, I know, right? I mean, it is Florida, I probably could. What's up, Shane? As soon as I get closer to them, they get quiet. And they're no longer screaming. Magnabbit. Mauled by rare hawk. Ah, I get over here. Now they're no longer screaming. What's that lady doing? You're gonna get eaten by an alligator. Don't do that. What is she doing? Oh, she's taking pictures of the flowers. Then I figured out how to mimic red-shouldered hawks and nesting nearby. Yeah, that's so confusing when a blue jay sounds like a red-shouldered. Yeah. So many times a blue jay I've been like, oh, blue jay. Oh, there it is. It doesn't look scared though. Let's go back down into the darkness. There goes the blue jay. But they're not screaming anymore, that's the problem. Where was it? Oh, I think higher up. Sorry. I have a glare on here. There it is. Oh, there's some other ones over here now too. A couple just flew into that tree there. Oh yeah, blue jays are beautiful birds. Apparently they're not even, it's not even technically blue, right? all bluebirds, the blue is structural blue. I wonder if we just missed the predator of something over here at the blue jays we're going crazy about. Oh no, manatees wouldn't be able to get in here. They have no way of getting in and out. Yep. All man-made. It's a stormwater runoff facility. Should we go back down into the dark abyss? No! Come back. There we go. Oh, the sun got it. Some type of butterfly. I don't know if I know that one. And now it's gone. Oh, going further up there now. Very small one. Yeah, focusing is hard at that level there. Yeah, dusky wing of some sort. Yeah, it was a little one. No, we don't get many hummingbirds down here. Not many hummingbirds in these parts. Oh, yep. All right, have a good one, Mike. Have a fun day. Yeah, this is a neat trail back in here. But, unfortunately, not a lot of activity at it today. If I was an owl, this is where I'd hide. Hear them a lot. Nice. Oh, have yet to see one here. Sounds like someone's running a chainsaw over here. Yeah, I was hoping the Blue Jays would be announcing where this owl was, but as soon as I got over here, the Blue Jays stopped screaming at each other. Like desert. This does? Someone might be walking through here. Owl hole. Dubar to owl. Oh. Oh, ground looks dry. I mean, it's been pretty dry here recently. It was pretty, I mean, we have pretty sandy soil too. Nothing like the sounds of a chainsaw. Might also be a weed whacker. Yeah, that's a weed whacker. Just doing a look around here, hoping something pops out, but nope, not really. Yeah, white sand, very, very common here. That's for sure. Well, dang. Blowers are the devil, really? What did leaf blowers ever do? forget if that goes over and around. What time is it? What's been my uptime? I'll stand in the shade spot for a second. Oh, that was a hole. Oh, thank you, Pookie. D. Morris, what's up? All right, 3 hours, 44 minutes. I mean, we did drive up here, so that took some of the time. Because we could go look at, remember all those osprey nests? But that's like all that would be in there. There could be other stuff. Let's see. What should we do? Go to the car, and which means we'd be ending stream. Because the only other thing I could do would be drive and go check on those sandhill crane babies. It is 11:30. Lunchtime is coming up. I have not eaten. Go to a desert. Yeah, let's go check out that habitat quick. This is the hole, by the way, I stepped in. Did not expect that hole to be there. Yeah, we're not going to spend as much time in this habitat as we did last time, but we'll see if there's any updates. Because we haven't seen a good osprey yet today. We've heard them, but I haven't seen them yet today. Ooh, coffee and sandwiches. Now, I don't think I'll stop at that Cumberland. Remember last time we stopped at Cumberland Farms? I ran into a student there. So that kind of like took that Cumberland Farms off my list from ever going there again. What? Lies. Lies. Oh yeah? I have a boot. We're about to have lots of ospreys. I don't think I caught an outdoor songbird or stream yet. I didn't check for a foot. Can't be sure though. Ooh. What were you? First. There's the cardinal. Nice little cardinal hopping around. And also some loud ospreys. I did see a little, some warbler style bird flew over here. I'm gonna look into this tree for a minute and see if it, oh, I think I just saw a flutter. Over there. Yeah, that one was a cardinal. Yeah, sorry about that. Kind of jumped through the cardinal fast because I saw something over here. Oh, it might be lower. There it is. I lied. It was only there for a second. Alright. I tried. Oh no, why are we disconnected? Chat phone. There we go, we're back now. So if you guys said anything, I didn't hear it. Well, see it. Oh, I just heard something cackle in there. Whoa, Dudley, what's up? Yo! Thank you. How you doing, man? Yeah, I thought you guys would be using that elbow emote way more today. It might just be a temporary emote, so enjoy it while you can. All the things. Okay, these little birds don't want to show themselves now. We'll keep an eye for them on our way back through, because there's some screaming content over here. You've been using it a lot? It's a good emote. Very strong emote. Let's go over here. Yeah, look, we found the desert. Oh, let's turn this back on. Oh, now you're not. Oh. The eyes. So much yelling. You're as bad as a red-shouldered hawk. Not seeing any babies there. Now, remember, there's like tons of osprey nests out here. There's another one right there. Another one hanging out down there. So if I zoom out, there's one. And if I pan over, that's the wrong tree. There's the other one. So 2 nests right here, real close to each other. I hear ya. I hear ya. I know. Tell us about it. Twitch's proposed revenue split for content creators is horrible, isn't it? Yeah, they're doing that with the ads too. It sucks. I know, nothing we can do about it. YouTube needs to get better, and then maybe we'll go to YouTube. Have a good day, Osprey. Ever have a conversation with a bird? I always like to think they're like just ranting about something. Good day. Rather talk to burbs than human Titus, I know, right? Let's just do a little loop here. Go check out the other side. Last time we walked all the way up through there. It was about the same, pretty much up. Is that an osprey noise? It sounds like a duck at the end. Like the osprey is really gnawing, following the protagonist around, and they keep trying to get the osprey to go away. Write it now, Shane, before someone here steals the idea. Like you hear that little, almost sounds like a toad grunt afterwards. I don't know if that's the osprey noise or something else over there. Right there. You hear it? That. There. That was as loud as you're going to get. It was right there. I guess it sounded a little lower. Sounded like a frog. Yeah, you hear that? Wait, public? Really? It's that bad? I don't know what that life is like. It swallowed a frog. But did you guys hear that there? Yeah. Y'all hearing that, right? I'm not crazy. Oh, don't answer that. I gotta know not to ask that question. Zoom in and see if it's making the noise. Wait, it is making that noise. Hello, Tom. What's up, everybody? Say hello to the osprey. How was your bike ride this morning? We're out here. We're in Florida right now. Welcome to the heat. And we're looking at this beautiful osprey. So it's perched up here in this nest. It's making its calls. Yes, that is the osprey making that noise. I've never heard that noise from an osprey before. Sounds like a frog. That's wild. But yeah, hello everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I figured you were out biking today. Does that mean you have some nice weather up there? It's 83 here. Do you want to come join? Feels like 87. Okay, so apparently ospreys can sound like a frog. What was that? Yeah, if you guys don't know, Tom does really, really cool stream tech stuff. He pretty much is my camera tester. No. Come on, focus. Okay, it was an osprey. He gets all the new cameras and makes sure they work before I would buy them. He's used the DJI Osmo Action 2, the Feiwu Pocket 2, I don't know, all these different cameras. But he makes them work well. He's using the Bela box, so someday we'll be on that Bela box setup. But yeah, does outdoor cycling in Chicago. That was weird when that osprey landed over there before it took off. It looked red the way the sun was hitting it. So I'm like, what are you? I assumed it was an osprey because the other one was okay with it landing right there, but it just had like a red shimmer. Maybe it was my sunglasses too. Yeah, these are all ospreys out here. I hope you guys like background osprey calling. Simply doesn't mention anything about frog noise for ospreys. Yeah, no problem, KJ. Happy to be here streaming. Yeah, but that osprey was definitely making that little grunt noise, right? That was weird. Hey, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I can't read your name on my chat here. That one did it too. I don't know why I've never noticed that before. Sort of grunt sound. Oh, butterfly. Are you gonna land? Nope. It looks like a monarch though. Yeah, I don't think this one keeps flying in circles. I think I'm not close to the nest, but I think it's not liking me being right here. There's a red-bellied woodpecker. It landed straight above me. Yeah, because it's flying in circles around here. So, like, I'm probably 80 meters from the nest. Might not be too used to people walking around through here. Nice little bridge right here. But it's definitely keeping an eye on me, I think. Just to see what I'm up to. I don't see any little heads poking up from on top of that nest there. Wait a minute. Maybe there is one. Two just landed over there. Maybe there is a baby. Because there's something in the nest, and then one there, one there, and then Are you a baby? We have a baby osprey. Pretty old if it is a baby. It's a teenage osprey. You use their bathroom. I don't know, there's 3, so I don't know if one is a kid and the other ones are the parents. Like I said, there's one in the nest, and then the other 2 are perched in the tree over there. How many years of nest is that? I'm not sure. Are ospreys like... Ospreys can jump around nests though. Right? It is being weird with its wings. Are ospreys like eagles and use the same nest? And build upon the old one? So cool. Full adult plumage yet? Should be more orange than yellow. White
Ingram
edges
just
on the wing
subscribed.
features. Whoa, Ingram. Thank you for subbing. I don't know if I know you. Not that I have to know you for you to sub, but you know what I mean. Same nest are reused and added to. Alright, so kind of like eagles do then. But yeah, this is our... It is acting funky with its wings. You see how its wings are like a little bit more down right there? Oh, there. So it could be a older juvenile there. Let's move on. Man, these ospreys just yell at each other. Those nests are like 80 meters from each other, 50 meters, that range. Just had a prime lion roll. Ingram, thank you. Appreciate it. Nonetheless, yes, appreciate it. Good month to subscribe because I'll be streaming more this month. I mean, that explained why the one parent kept hovering over me, being like, hey, I got a kid here. I'm hovering because I'm keeping my eye on you. This is just like Osprey Nest Sanctuary. There's another nest over there. All these ospreys just scream at each other. Wonder if they have an HOA. This is the osprey. Osprey
David
only
Alexander
living
82
community.
cheered. X100.
David Alexander.
We are good friends.
We are good friend.
BRWD
Yes, we are good
elbow.
friend. Is that where we got the helicopter parent from? I guess listen to it out here. Thank you again for the 100 bits, Dave. Ah, bug. If anyone is wondering why we've been using and have this new emote called Elbow, look at this wing flying structure up here. Do exclamation point elbow, and it'll give you the back story. That's an osprey. So many flying birds and ospreys. Comes from the meme. Yeah, that was an osprey, so I won't show that. It's flying away now too. Yeah, they figured we'd have to explain that emote, and not many people would understand the reference. Are all treats redeemed? Wait a minute. Are you a swallowtail flying over there? I think it's flying away though. Way off in the distance. Yeah, very low and off in the distance. I think there was a swallowtail kite, but not confirmed. Also doesn't count if it wasn't on the camera. Yeah, were they all redeemed? Could be a nice shade spot to do that quick. With all the osprey screaming in the background. As I look around for this swallowtail. It was down below the tree line though, so it made it tough. Let's see. I think most of them are redeemed. If not, if someone redeems after it, they'll be scammed. I've seen the reference, still don't understand. It's just, we are good friend. Okay. Ready for treats. He's awake and looking. He knows they are coming. Yay! 2. 3. Oh, he tried catching it. 4. And 5. Thanks. Watson said thank you. Do the look. Do the look at the camera. Oh, he found one. And be like, is there more? Already. I think he's looking in the wrong spot. And we are back. Good boy, Watson. So many ospreys out here. If you ever come to Florida, you're like, I really want to see an osprey. Well, do I have the spot for you? I mean, just about every spot we go to, we could see osprey, but this is definitely the most osprey dense spot. Uh-oh. I think I have a sneeze coming. Oh, I think I sucked it back in. It's gone. You're a northern mockingbird. So, anyone else doing anything fun today? Let's see, what am I doing after this? Gonna head home, eat some lunch, and do some work around the house the rest of the day. Working? No way, you were on a stream? Nice. You have fun? Did you stream snipe or were you like part of the stream? Like pre-planned you to hang out? Aren't too muddy? Wear your muck boots. Do you have a good pair of muck boots? Also, be careful of the hills. Don't slip and fall down any. And if you do, make sure you grab your camera. Pretty nice. Owl raid. Wow, people who actually got to see owls today are raiding. Wow. What's up, songbirder peeps? We do not have owls. I lied in my stream title. It was all clickbait. That's awesome, John. I hope things are great. Yeah, I was hoping you'd still be live when I was done. I would have rated. Will always be a next time. Our timing will work out. Yeah, Songbirder, another bird streamer on Twitch. Everyone, please go check them out. They actually saw owls today. We did not see owls today. We didn't see a whole lot today. Well, it's always cool to see ospreys and stuff like that. Saw the great crested flycatcher. That's fun. It wasn't a horrendous day. Got a nice hike in, that's for sure. Well, dragonflies. There's a Halloween pennant dragonfly right there. Just an Aussie thing. Yeah, mad just means pump. Yeah. I understood the reference. Well, I'll be damned. Had some tech issues. Hey, welcome to IRL streaming. I don't think you can have a proper IRL stream without having tech issues, so you're doing it right. Oh, we have a lot of road to walk on now. Oops, someone dropped their Amazon package. Oh, that was a band wing. Yeah, we'll just walk over here. Not through the ant pile, though. Almost saw an otter. Yeah. We saw Elmo. Ooh, yeah. I gotta check those clips out later. Well, the little issue is that he is in Australia. Maybe TwitchCon San Diego, if I decide to go there. Je ne sais pas, though. Oh, the one osprey is starting to fly for the first time, actually. It's up there flapping its wings right now. I don't know if I can get an angle of that. People will probably think I'm pretty weird on the road here. But the one little osprey just did a quick flight and came back and landed. Back in a nest. You know how much a plane ticket is out to there, John? Oh, it's not flying now. But I just did a little practice flight. Oh, cardinal in there. That's cool. Yeah, I don't really want to point the camera up there from the road, but right there's the nest over there. How is the humidity today? Probably like 62%. Not bad. To stream Night Parrot. What is Night Parrot? Let's see. What is it? Ooh woo. Let's ooh woo it. 60% humidity. Feels like 87. So not a beautiful day. Beautiful day today. Not bad at all out. The birding holy grail. Really? I'll do it. What do I need to do? Is there a good network though? Wait, what's your joke? Wait, why do I need to find a night parrot rather than just go find an ivory bill? You Americans are rich. Oh, is that the assumption? Number of zeros in my bank account suggests otherwise. Yeah, I'll just go find an ivory build. Easy. Painted markers on the road, on the sidewalk? I don't know. I don't know what those were. Right, some construction markings. I hope you've all enjoyed the background osprey noise the past 30 minutes. Green Herring, do you mean to tell me that after all the people exploring the locations where the ivory bills would be and not seeing them, that you still don't believe they exist off one pixelated image? Oh. Definitely got some good hiking done today. I will be hungry once I get home. The Bahama Nuthatch, does that mean I get to go to the Bahamas? I don't know ice cream places down here though. Yeah, I don't know what those paint marks are right there. The fresh smell of cut grass. Yeah, that black truck was definitely going fast. Sorry about the mower that's currently behind me. Good time to use way too dank. First lawnmower you heard this, really? I hear so many lawnmowers that have spoiled with them, I guess. Make osprey. Lots of noises out here in the neighborhood today. Like, oh, I've heard of those. That's like, I wouldn't be able to be that lazy. Green and the sky blue. Because that's, well, the grass is green because of chlorophyll. It absorbs other wavelengths of light but transmits a green wavelength, so it appears green. Sky is blue for the same reason. Transmits the blue wavelength of light. Hence blue, due to the refraction patterns. What's the atom? It's the 0 and 40. 40 for science. Technically what it means. It's a reach, I know. But it's the 40 and 40. Like the sky does appear other colors when other things appear in the atmosphere, like more dust in the correct angle of sunlight makes it appear more like red, orange in color for like sunsets. Borophyll, wow. So mean. So mean to me. Don't even care about cool things. Alrighty. I'm not going to do the drive back. It was a long enough stream today. Ugh. Plus, then I have to figure out an awkward place to stop. Oh, a couple more cardinals fluttering around in there. Looks so dry. Yeah, it is pretty dry right now. We haven't had a ton of rain as of lately. Yeah, I'll be watching the Grand Prix this afternoon probably, but I'm not going to go down there. I avoid Miami at all costs. I have no desire to ever go near Miami. It's just full of fake people. Exist in your mind. Dusty or rainy. Exactly. Oh, I hear an angry dog. Bork, 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 bork. Like Dubai, yeah, I'm sure probably similar personalities, right? No, I don't want to stream the drive home because there's no like, I'd have to find somewhere to stop before getting to my house. It's weird then. Now if I was going somewhere else on the drive home, then yeah, I would, but don't plan to stop anywhere on the drive back. Just want to get back, pack my stuff up and eat lunch. You know what I mean? Alrighty. Packed up to my liking. Borky, borky, borky dog. I programmed them. Exactly. I believe in pizza. Alright, let's see who's on. Who is online today? Alright, everyone, here are the end of stream credits. Apologies if you have dogs at home going crazy. There's all my stuff. Let's see here. We just rated Eve. She's still doing her cycling trip. Burbs is on. 8 Poinsettia is on. Genghis Khan is on. Fishing solo. Oh my gosh. Subway Sean. Let's go to Subway Sean. What do you guys think? Subway Sean today? Because we didn't get a chance to raid them last week because they went offline. Yeah. Now let's go to Subway Sean today. I'm gonna go to Subway Sean because their content's cool, and I want to send some support there. You can go to Con. You're probably gonna be there anyway. All right. But oh wow, lots of you here. /raid. Those paint squares, maybe mobile tracer, laser scanner, reference target marker. Ooh. So, do you guys know about Subway Sean? This is why I want to raid there. Super cool stuff. Oh yeah, I know Genghis Khan. Yeah. I never met him, but we know each other. Streamer world. So, Subway Sean is walking across the United States, starting in Boston, Massachusetts. He just left Massachusetts yesterday, and he's walking to like San Diego or something. Walking across the United States and only eating Subway sandwiches. So, thank you everyone for your support today. Hope you all have a great day. Don't forget to say hi to your mothers, not from me, from yourself, to tell them Happy Mother's Day. Or if you are a mother yourself, I hope you enjoy your day. So yeah, go out there, hang out Subway Sean stream, watch them walk across America, only eating Subway subs. All right, have a good day, everyone. Bye. Love you all. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the bits. And anything else you could have done today. Thank you. Quite an ambition, I know, right? Ask him about the dehydrated subs he's going to have to eat where there's no Subways. All right, bye, everyone. Oh, Science, hi and bye. Hi and bye.